gosh.
Hold onto your bats.
That's right. Better hold on tight. Because we're going to play some modded Skyrim. Should be fun. Still playing Raven, our character, Raven Darkclaw. She's like level 30. I'm not sure exactly what we're up to, but we'll find out. Pretty sure we did the Cursed Tribe, so Largashspur. We were doing some stuff in Riften, Marks of Dibella and things like that. I think we have to go out and get the gamblers who are bringing skooma into Riften. They're fighting pit wolves. We got to go get them. I wonder what else we're doing. We may want to go talk to Adventus Aretino. Start down the Dark Brotherhood path. I don't know. Not sure where we're going to go, but we're going to play some Skyrim. We're going to have some fun. All right, here we go. I'm going to have to turn up my volume too. My volume's a little low. We'll do that in a minute when I get into game. Yeah, we're level 30. It looks like we're at Darkwater Crossing. Yeah, we're at Darkwater Crossing. So let me adjust my volume here really quick. Get that up a little higher so I can hear what's going on. Then we'll go back to the game. Alright. And it's like 7:16. We also need to fix this. Right when I start up the game, this always happens. But it's easy to fix. It's just, it's different, so it's offset from what I'm doing. So we should probably, let me see if all this is set. This looks like it's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. What's up, Shot? No, I'm going to play some modded Skyrim. Well, you're welcome to play some modded Skyrim too. But that's what I'm going to do. I was doing yard work out front earlier today, so I needed to get that done. And I got it done. And I took the dog for a walk. And I went and bought some flowers. And made myself something to eat. So now it's playtime. I do have a little bit of coffee. I think I got about a quarter of a cup, so. And I'm sure I'm going to use it up, so we'll end up getting some more. And tonight, doing movie night with my wife. We've got Barbas with us. Because that's Barbas. Maybe we should go get rid of him. Items. Got a lot of cheese. Meat pie. Get your meat pie. Alright, we're good. Let's see where we're going. We got to return to Danica. So that's Whiterun. Dunmer that Esmeralda spoke of. Rueful Axe. We've already retrieved the armor, so I don't know why this isn't updating. That's Creation Club stuff. Sightless Pit. Blood to Septimus. So we can go north and take the blood to Septimus. Or we can go west. So it's either we go to Whiterun, or we go way up here. Why don't we go to Whiterun? We can actually complete that one if we just go to Whiterun and talk to Danica, because we stabbed the tree. We've got sap. I didn't do the sapling this time. We just stabbed the tree. Stick it real good. We have some nice weather. Or we know if we just keep running around, the weather will get better. It's kind of cloudy right now. Strange whispers.
I'm not responsible for what happens now.
Actually, I kind of was responsible for that.
The mages at the College of Winterhold are idiots. I've no desire to go back.
Hey, I'm a mage at the College of Winterhold. I'm actually an apprentice there. Should we light it up? Give me back my torch. Oh, that's Barbas. Well, I guess we could do that on our way back. Actually, that's way over the other side. No. We'd have to make it way up by Solitude to do the Rueful Axe.
Hello? Thought I heard something.
I encourage you to take a breath and reassess the situation. Good job, you're so... That's not even fair.
One dead Brenton. That's a gnome. You know, I don't think we've been up here yet. Who lights all these candles and leaves them out here? That's what I want to know. Was it the Brenton? Oh, I know this. This is going to be a battle. Bigger weapon. But let's talk to this guy first.
Ah! Oh, by Kain, you startled me. There's a necromancer around here, so watch yourself. Can you help me? He's in the tomb doing gods know what with my dead relatives.
It's me, lighting all the candles.
Who's in the tomb?
Val's Baron. My family has never really seen eye to eye with him. And he has finally gone off the deep end. He's gone in to defile our family tomb by using our ancestors for his filthy dark elf necromancy. No offense. I mean, I'm sure you aren't into any of that kind of stuff. My aunt went in after him, but she hasn't
Well, he
come
knows
out
I'm
yet,
dark elf.
and I'm afraid to go in by myself.
Your aunt already went in.
Let's go.
Great. I'll unlock the door and meet you inside. Then you can lead the way.
He's a wussy. Well, go unlock the door, dude. Optional. It's optional to protect him. I like that. Well, we're going to start off with something like this.
Don't get cocky.
Another day, another victory.
Out of my way, dog. Why are we not? Yeah, that's a Draugr. We're just slicing them up. Oh, we got another one. I'm gonna chop you up.
So you choose death?
I'm gonna
Have
get
nothing better to do?
my hot girlfriend in here
Really
now.
didn't
Yeah.
hurt.
Oh, hey now.
Hardly hurt a thing. Nothing more than a nuisance. Making a fool of yourself.
Barbus is helping.
Don't you have any other moves? A good death I will give you. Oh, stop showing off.
Considered.
Comes with the territory.
And then it exploded. Shadow Binder of Ball. Living Stone. Can I have the pear? How about the apple? Can I have the apple? Where's the apple? I got booze too. I'll take the booze. Don't want the mushy apple. You can have that. And yes, I'm gonna rob your shit.
Sublime.
Hey, those belong to my family.
Not anymore.
Look out!
Oh, got a Fusrodami, huh? I see how you are. Well, yeah, here, take this. How do you like me now? Hey, why don't you get out of the doorway, dude? If you want my help.
Bite of a flea.
Think you're all that in a bucket of shrimp?
Boy, he's poisoning
I
the
won't have
crap
fun
out of
doing
me.
this.
Another day, another victory. No. And Agna. Talos. Why didn't I go in with her?
'Cause you're a scaredy cat?
He's barred the door. Gods only know how he's defiling the bodies of my ancestors in there. Secret room.
You face the impossible. Anger only weakens you.
Oh my gosh. Watch out for those guys.
Victory! Just a scratch. Careful. There's a pressure plate.
Don't you have any other moves?
I'm not really worried about the pressure plate right now. To tell you the truth.
Is that the best you can do?
Yeah, that's the pressure plate. I guess we found the pressure plate. That is a weird looking. Oh, okay, I know what that is. Spore mind.
Stop acting like a lunatic. Run while you can. I'll protect myself. Don't push your luck, sunshine.
There's a little pygmy guy over here.
Not good enough.
That's your best, huh?
Good strike, but it lacks oomph.
Never back down.
How many guys are in
so
here?
angry?
Victory or Sovngarde! Oh! Not this ends now!
Bunch of flaming corpses. So, snake, owl, what? Fox. Oh! Where are you? The bear will show the way. Bite him, Barbus,
You're
bite
no
him.
obstacle.
I'll carve you into pieces!
Uh-oh.
No, it's never back down!
Stepping up to me is detrimental to your health.
Victory or Sovngarde!
Let my hot girlfriend take him out. Oh, big bad guy.
Someone there? You found it. The passage goes through the sarcophagus. I don't like this. But we'd better keep going.
Daedric shield. Yeah, I found that
Just
passage
need
a
to
little
find the
while
right
ago.
angle.
What's
Not
up,
helping,
Gears?
am I?
We'll take that. We'll take that. And we'll take these things over here. Knight of Ball.
Okay, I think this door should lead to the main burial chamber where Val's is holed up.
It
Let's
does.
get in there and put an end to this.
We better do this. We better do this. And then we'll go see if we can get... Oh! Take out the pygmy. Oh, we got lots of bad guys.
You're committing crimes.
Where's Val's? Why can't I hit that guy?
I will persevere.
Victory!
Don't you want to live? Seriously making me angry.
My power! That's how a true Nord fights.
Oh, we actually took him out.
Thank you for your help with Val's. Please, take this, and leave me to see to Antagna and my other family members.
1,250 gold. Thanks, dude. What do we got here? Some goodies. Pygmy skeletons, yep. Undying Ghost, we already know that one. There's Agna. Poor Aunt Agna. All right, let me out. We added a new type of trap that should be a lot of fun. We've got the ones that you're hanging from your ankle, right? We added the giant rolling ball, kind of like the one in the first.
I'd tell you to run, but we both know you wouldn't listen.
We got double dragons up there. Why do we have two?
Your brave
Oh, hey now. That's not very nice. Big meanie. And why is it winter? There's snow on everything. Well, I guess we've been playing long enough for the seasons to change. This version that I'm playing still has seasons. The new version I uploaded, I took seasons out of it. Mainly because, like, I've got trees here that are not covered with snow. I mean, you got snow shader on all the ground.
die already so I can take your stuff.
That ain't gonna happen, buddy.
I'm generous like that.
You think you stand a chance?
I'll cut you.
Time to die.
I'll return the favor. That's assault.
So am I, and I'm gonna heal.
Ah, blissful rejuvenation.
Mercy!
Let's see, you
I'll
got the
try and make this quick.
Was that quick enough for you? I like the mask. Oh, it's got a skull on it. That's cool. Butcher Hood skull. I guess the dragon lost interest. Skooma. A light treasure chest that weighs 45. Yeah, that's not very light. I guess they didn't lose interest. I still hear them flying around.
Is this some game to you?
No match for mine.
Dark dragon, huh? Alright, Darky, let's go.
Gritgra, I have forgotten what fine sport you mortals can provide.
Take heed of my warnings.
We'll let these guys help us. Oh, hey now.
Got something to prove?
Like he thinks they can take me on.
Yeah, I do, as a matter of fact.
How long have you been practicing that one? Good for nothing maggot.
Alright, yeah, come and get me.
You are brave, Alan Okaran. Your defeat brings me
that hurt.
honor.
It's never straightforward. I'll defend what's right.
Ra,
Oh, hey.
forgotten what fine sport you mortals can provide.
Yeah, you should be.
I wonder if we got any good poisons.
You ready to die today, huh?
Not really. Okay, fine. You guys think you're all that? Here. Let's go. Nice blocking. I can block too, though. Hit it, Chief. Head gold. Hey, which you think you're? Yeah, okay, okay, okay. I see how you are. I see how you are. We're gonna come and get you. We're gonna slide tackle your butt right off the top there. Here I come. Hope you're ready.
I'm gonna twist that pretty little neck
Step
of yours
could be
clean.
Oh! Oops, I
You
missed.
can't hide from me.
Oh, let's try it again. I missed him.
Over here. Yeah.
Time to shine.
Hurry up and come at me. I ain't
Think you're
got
all that
day.
and a bucket of shit.
Bye.
Please don't hold that.
Alright, we'll just kill you. Anybody else want a limp?
If it's my attention you want, you've got it now. Give me your
What you want,
best.
huh?
What do they got? Iron arrows? Yeah, I don't want iron arrows. Broke
Making
your
a fool of
stool.
yourself.
We're not really that great with the sword and board. I might get rid of the sword and board.
Always worth a try.
Skooma. No, there is no you'll make a fine rug, cat. Not in my game. I got rid of that. And my sister had a cat. I killed that too. Okay, that should not be like that. That is the snowy candle. JKH ruins floor candle lamp small on snow. It's the snow shader, yes. So the only other place I've ever seen that happen is on Solstheim, and I thought I cured that. I thought I fixed that, but this is ruins floor candle lamp small on snow. So XJKHH. Well, I worry about it for the game that I'm playing. Well, this model is always going to be bad. That snow shader is always going to make it look blue. But for now, it's not going to affect the one that's uploaded, so I'm not that worried about it. And what I can do is I can go to an interior location, just like this. And then I can go and then I can come back out and it shouldn't have the snow shader on it. Actually, it still does. I guess that's not an interior location. I need to go to an interior location. Where is there a cave or something around here? Oh, I know. Yeah, that's not an interior location, apparently.
Really think you can take me on? Don't you have any other moves? Facing me is bad for your health. Don't you ever get tired of this? You'll reap what you sow.
Yes, I don't actually have to do this quest right now. And I don't really want to do it until I have to come here to save what's-his-face. Or Thorn. But I can go down here and just go to an interior location really quick. This is an interior location.
The mages at the College of Winterhold are idiots. I've no desire to go back.
Why are we still having snow?
Never should have come here.
Unless this area is in snow anyway. No, we still have snow shader out here, which is weird. Okay, now we don't. Just took a second for it to catch up. So it's still snow shader in that cell, but not in this cell. We had to move to a new cell. Probably because when I went into the Staff of Shalador, that wasn't.
Put you down.
That wasn't
Don't
an
you worry.
interior
You'll
cell.
get him next time.
No, it's because the Staff of Shalador wasn't an interior cell. But I'm still got. So I think I just screwed it all up. So I'm still getting LOD with the snow shader. That's Barbus, or what's his name?
You've got that
Bulbous.
fire under control, right?
Yeah.
Hello.
He can give you a
I'm
fork.
collecting ingredients to bring to the gourmet. He'll think my taste so refined when I offer them to him. You have heard of the gourmet?
Yeah, I've confused Dine
I have.
Then you know that gourmet keeps his identity a secret. I'm hoping to discover who he is so I can tell him how he changed my life. For all I know, the gourmet is a woman. You know, I've heard the gourmet is in Skyrim right now.
Yeah, I confused Dindalod. It's not confused over here. Alright, I know I wanted to go back to...
Nice weather for a ride. Hope it lasts.
To Riverwood, or I mean to Whiterun. Oh, I gotta go talk to Danica, that's right.
It's almost getting downright hot now.
Wonder if I got anything to sell.
Perhaps you have encountered Madran or Akari. Both are sworn to me, and both have worthy goods to offer.
What have you got for sale?
Take a look.
Take a look. What's he got? Bitter green petals? I wonder... Oh, I know what that's from. Actually, I want those. Fiola's wedding band.
May your road lead you to warm sands.
Yeah, may you poop on warm sands too. Danica. Not making Seasons of Vanilla feature. Well, really, you should only change the season in an interior cell. And I don't think... Well, my guess is that Staff of Shalador is not technically an interior cell. I think it's its own world space, which is different. So that was my bad. But it looks like it straightened itself out because now there's no snow shader here. I mean, we can do something like this.
Got something for just about everybody in here. Give a holler.
I've
if
come
you
to
have
turn
any
your bad
questions.
luck around.
We should probably set it to
We've got arms and armor
2.
of all kinds.
That would be snowy weather. So let's see if it's snowy outside. We're resetting it. I mean, Seasons is a really cool mod. It's a great idea. Thing is, to get all the trees and bushes to have, you know, a winter, a spring, a summer, and a fall. Okay, we set it to 2, but that wasn't enough. Let's try that again.
Let me know if you see anything you like.
Set game month to... Well, let's
If it's
try
armor you
6.
need, we've got all kinds, both light and heavy.
So I mean that should be, all the trees should be green. Okay, all the trees are green, which is the way they should be. That's summertime, because that's the 6th month. So let's go back in here. And let's change it back to 10.
Everybody in here. Give a
I'll ask the
holler if you have
questions.
any questions.
So now the trees should be autumn trees. And if they are, then I'll leave it alone. We'll go talk to Danica. And now we have autumn trees. So that's perfect. Beautiful. Danica. Here's your sap. Go fix the tree. You're not Danica. You're Danica.
Do you have the Elder Gleam sap?
I sure do.
I've got the sap.
Wonderful. I'll use it to repair the tree. Thank you so much for all your help. Be careful out there.
Alright, so now where are we going? Probably need to get more coffee. That's what I need. Empty. Terrible and powerful Talos. Zephyr, come here, kitty. Maggots writhing, filth of our own corruption.
Ah, old Phoenix, how may I help
Got
you?
any sausages? I'm cooking a special breakfast for a friend, and they're his favorite.
Would your good friend be named John, by any chance? I've spied the two of you talking quite
Fresh
intimately.
baked loaves.
Best you
Still
forget
warm
whatever
from
you
the
think
oven.
you saw, Elf. Such idle talk can prove hazardous to one's health.
Ooh, she just threatened his ass. Yes, I've seen you talking to John, Battleborn. He's your boyfriend. Genasti.
Blade and shadow, silence and death. These are my arts. For a modest fee, I'll make great art for you.
I'm sure you will. Another time,
Another
perhaps.
time, perhaps.
If you change your mind, seek me out here.
I do like the alternate armors. It's a great mod. We needed to figure out where we're going and what quest we're doing. So let's look at our journal. I don't want to do that. We can do that, the Herald. Rueful Axe with Barbus. Nasty. Yeah, Genasti, that's right. We also got to go see Septimus. So should we go north? Let's go north and then we'll go west. So north first. And we'll go get the Augma Infinium. And then we'll go west up the coast and go with Barbas to get the Rufal axe. So what are we at there? 50 minutes. So in another 10 minutes, I'm going to go get some coffee. That'll be right at the 1 hour mark. But for now, we go north. Yeehaw! We're carrying orcish arrows. Those are some of my favorites that I made. The quiver is a spalted wood with a bare fur top and a hammered steel base, blackened steel base. The arrows have a Damascus hunting tip on them, and the fletching is magpie.
Looking for any excuse to fight, huh?
For an instance, I will flay the flesh from your bones.
No, I don't think so.
This isn't personal, just what needs to be done. Use your brain. You fight well, for a weakling.
That's the tornado. The flame-nado. I like the flame-nado. Execution order. Who signed the order? Well, let's take a little read. See who wants us dead. Is that Thalmor? No. There we go. Be on the lookout for a Dunmer called Raven Darklaw. She is an enemy to the Thalmor and has actively disrupted our activities and caused great harm. If spotted, you are to destroy her with extreme hatred. Be advised, she is extremely dangerous, quite able to defend herself. If caught by local authorities, we are unable to offer you any assistance. For the glory of the Almiri Dominion. Yes.
Eye of the tiger.
Teabag you. We're teabagging you. I don't know if I want to carry the sword and board. I think we're going to get rid of that. So I think we're going to... Let's go here. Are you starting havoc with the rhino over there? Maybe. Alright, we'll do that. So now we've got dual daggers, the twin blade, and a bow. And then we're going to jump into the staff. And we can dump off the sword and board. We do have the Elder Gleam bow. That's a pretty bow. We're still carrying Mirkwood. Mirkwood does 40. That does 31. We should probably improve that. That weighs 6. That weighs 5. So I don't know. We don't need Nettlebane anymore. We don't need that anymore. Don't need that. Don't need Fiola's wedding band. Don't need the Raven shield. Alright, so now we got to figure out, okay, what bow do we want to carry? Do we want to carry Elder Gleam? It is a really pretty bow. Or Mirkwood. Do we have Bloodkin? Oh. We've got the Bloodkin too. Let's go improve some bows and see what we can do. We've got Rivendell too. Alright, let's go improve some bows. Smithing. 20% better. Enchanting, 10% stronger. We've got Black Feather Mutagen. Fortify Smithing, 25%. Alright, well let's grab some stuff here. Let's see if we can make some better potions. Spriggan Sap. Saber Tooth. Saber Cat Tooth. And Spriggan Sap. Okay, cool. We'll make 3 of those. I wonder if we've got anything that makes good poison. How about horse muck? Let's try this. Horse muck. Hawk. Horse muck. And then mort flesh. Where's the mort flesh? We don't have any mort flesh? We've got muscles. What about zombie? We have zombie flesh. Zombie ear. Flesh. Okay. So let's find out. Yeah, this is nasty, but we're gonna do it. It's nasty. So that does damage health. What about zombie ears? Damage health. Okay. So lingering damage. Okay, so let's do something like this. Damage, magicka regen, fortified destruction, lingering damage, stamina, damage health. So it decreases the target magicka regeneration by 100% for 64 seconds. Destruction spells are 36% stronger. Oh, okay. Drain the target's stamina. Damage the target's health. Okay, so how about we do something like this and this. So they do the same thing. So let's throw that horse muck in there. Damage health. 64 points. Damage stamina. Small antlers, zombie ear. You know, I really need... That's a good one. Damaging stamina, damaging health. Alright, cool. We'll go with that. What do we weigh? We're at 300. That's not too bad. We're carrying a bunch of bows, so we need to go improve bows. And choose which bow we're going to carry. I got all warm outside doing all the yard work. Now I'm starting to get a little chilly. I'm gonna have to get a sweatshirt here pretty soon. Ebony ingots. Quicksilver. Moonstone, silver. All right. Let's see what we can do here. Items. That's only 20% better. That's 36% better. We'll drink one of those. Let's see what we can do. Not bad. Okay, so what does that put our bows at for damage? 40, 40, 40, 40, 43. So the best bow we have is Rivendell. And Rivendell is a pretty big bow. It's a nice long bow. So are we carrying a longbow? If we're going to carry a bow that big, I almost want to carry this one. This is one of my favorite bows. We need to change the bow position a little bit though. So let's go to bow and let's do something like that. And then maybe something like that. And maybe down a little bit. That's not bad. Raven. Save. I can dig it. It's close, not clipping though. Perfect. We're going to stick with that one, but let's go ahead and enchant that bow. What should we enchant it with? Probably Fiery Soul Trap. That's my favorite enchantment. So let's grab that. Let's grab that, and let's grab Fiery Soul Trap, and then let's move this all the way down to 1. That's going to last a long time. Yeah, we'll go 2 seconds. No, we can go 1. Alright, what can we get rid of here? We have 4 grand soul gems. What else can we enchant? Our hands. Archery. Two-handed archery. Our body. Health, heavy armor, restoration, stamina, destruction, and magicka regen. Let's do our hood. Alchemy, alteration, destruction, lockpicking, magicka, restoration. Well, it's got to be archery. All right. We forgot to dump off all of the heavy stuff. Down to 281. What's so heavy? All the potions we're carrying. And food. Just grabbed Parody's Elder Scrolls. They look so nice. Oh, okay, cool. Well, I still need to find... Like I said, I added like the rolling, it's a giant rolling ball, like from Indiana Jones, and the, kind of a thing. I thought that would be cool for a trap, so I wanna find one of those sometime today, if I can. That was the latest thing I added to this list. Wait a minute, that's ultimate. Little parts of it spin and rotate. Oh, okay. Subtle animations. Yeah, well, that's kind of like Johnny Skyrim did all of the boxes, right? The Dwemer boxes. What's up? Well, just playing Skyrim. Yeah, that's what's up. I'm gonna play some Skyrim. I only got a couple hours though, because I'm gonna watch a movie tonight with the wife. Okay, we have a bunch of bows that we're not gonna use. And what do we got here? Keeping some of the elves here to pack my pipe. I don't want to get rid of any of the Jazbay, because I'm trying to collect Jazbay. Speaking of Jazbay, G-H-I-J. So we have 23. We can go back and see Sarithi. Alright, let's get rid of the bows we're not going to use because I like the one I'm carrying. So we don't need that one, we don't need that one, we don't need... Let's unfavorite and don't need that one. We don't need that one. And we want to favorite that one. And then we want to go here and make that number 1. Okay, we're good. Let's go. We're past the 1 hour mark. We're at 1 hour and 11 minutes. So I'm going to go get some coffee and I'll be right back. And now we have coffee. Although, I'm starting to get a little chilly, so maybe I should put my sweatshirt back on. I got all warm working out front, so, but now I'm sitting inside and it's like, I'm getting cold. Ah, that's a little better. Let's get a little warm. All right, let's do it. It's pretty dark. Squirrel! Wait, did I not set that up? Oh, we improved those. That's why. So when you improve them, they're technically a different item, so they don't show up. Oh, we sat down. That's why. Okay, now we're good. Get me to the squirrel. Squirrel! There it is. As we're sliding down the hill. Alright, we are going to Septimus. Brewed your coffee with Red Bull. And now you can smell colors. Swallowing colors of the sounds I hear. Am I just a crazy guy? You sure it was Red Bull and not like a psilocybin? If you can smell colors. That sounds like, you know, LSD or psilocybin. Says we haven't prayed in a while. We should pray to Sun. He's our deity of choice. Because we're a werebear. I don't know, but you're looking kind of like Van Gogh painting right now. Please put the crack pipe down and step away slowly. That's good, that's good. 6. What should we put it in? Enchanting? What can we put in 3? Heavy armor is the only thing. Alright. So, why don't we put that into Magicka? I'll never take it away. Are you sure? So we slept, but it's pretty dark. It says it's 7:30 in the morning. Let's have something to eat. How about some apple wine? And some heavy-duty venison chop and some sliced cheese. Maybe some water. And then we should probably pray to our deity. $187. We're still feeling a little stressed. Wonder why it's so freaking dark. Should we wait an hour? Let's wait an hour. That's just some nasty weather. That looks better. So we're going back to Septimus. Watch the sunrise. Listen to the wind blow. Watch the sunrise. Running in the shadows. Can't stop finding mods I want. Yeah, you know, I can relate, you know. I can be a support group for that, but I haven't beat the addiction yet. So, can't really help you out. But I can be a support group. I can relate. I can totally relate with that. I looked at the models for the rolling balls traps. Okay, this snow texture is really good. I like it. I like it a lot. So some of them are like made of bones, and other ones are made of fire or shock. So they're not just rocks. And then there's different kinds of rocks, depending on what kind of tomb you're in. You know? Y'all see that new magic overhaul mod called Inquisitor? No, I have not seen that. If it just came out today, I was too busy screwing around with this. Yeah, let's go. Light 'em up, let's go.
Gonna split your belly like an old woman.
That it? That your best?
No! How dare you! I think you're bleeding.
Hey now. That's not cool.
I can't reason with you.
Remember, hit the one in the middle. Let's see what you can do there. Stop that.
I'll defend what's right.
Enough with the fire arrows there, buddy. Pile of bodies, pile of heads.
Give it your best shot, Runt.
I'll let my dog take you out. He needs something to do. Iron twin blade.
You have so much to lose.
If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you're going to get.
It's nothing. Deranged killer is what you are.
Into my favorite bar, the Stumbling Saber Cat. Like MCO for magic? That was a nice move.
That's it? That's all you've got?
I have a dream that one day you lot will learn.
I'll have to check it out. It's called Inquisitor, you say? I will have to check that out. You say it's like MCO, but for magic? I mean, I've got a lot of... I don't know. Stole your bottle of wine. Okay, Barbas. I'm taking a Daedra up to another Daedra. Wonder how that's going to work out. Let's go into the trees. We'll see if we can get some snowdrop. That's a bar. Squirrel! Is it just like different casting animations, or I mean, does it work with strange runes? Does it work with, you know, other mods? So that would be part of it. Is it going to work with, you know, other spell mods? Inquisitor Remake, Warlock. Okay. Well, I'll check it out. I'm sure I'll test it. I mean, if it looks badass, yeah, I'm gonna test it. You know I'm gonna test it. Like I said, I can't really help you with your, modding addiction that you keep having to add more mods. And the list that I'm playing now is what, almost 2,100 mods. That's the vault key. But the vault is empty. You don't know, you just have to check it out. Well, I will. I will. I will take a look. Thanks for the heads up. Yeah, I love this snow texture. What do we got going over here? Looks like we've got a bunch of bandits coming after the giants. Should we watch them die? What's up, Deco? Do I use BFCO, ADXP? I use ADXP MCO. MCO effect, comprehensive first-person animation overall. No. Because the MCO animations, okay, let's take a look at it. We'll pull out some daggers.
I highly suggest you reconsider.
These are my reverse daggers that I made for... she's going to flip that one around here in a second. There she goes. Okay, so these are the reverse daggers that I made for Skyrim's MCO reverse dagger animation. So if we play the animations... Okay, but if I play them in first person... And then if I'm interacting with things, it doesn't really affect it. I don't know what I can interact with here. I don't have anything I can interact with there. But let me find something. Is there something I can harvest? Alright, let's get back out to the path. I'll find something and I'll show you. But it doesn't affect the first person animations. So it's kind of like okay, here's a twin blade, right? And in first person I'm using like greatsword animations. But in third person I'm using Black's twin blade animation. So it's not really it's not changed, they're different. And then when I'm using like first person, let's say I want to harvest, well I can't harvest that, but you see my hand reaching up to grab things? So that still works just fine. That first person animation. Same thing if I'm gonna harvest. Find something harvestable here. Is there some snowberry up here? That's not snowberry. Okay, that I can harvest. Okay, so if I'm harvesting that, you can see that it actually showed up in my hand. And I am using MCO for my third person animations.
Just getting warmed up.
And now I'm getting some serious color reflection in the snow from the sky. And this is Dawn Star. Same thing with that, but that's this. So I might need to work with that momentarily. Here, hold on a minute. Is that the exposure? Yes. That could be part of it. Tone mapper is not it, and RTGI would be... I want to keep RTGI, but let me work with the exposure. And we want to jack up our target brightness a little bit. So let's see. Well, we can change this too. That's a better coloration for the snow.
You always do the... You will regret that.
That's almost too bright. It's actually more bright without it. We do have a bright day, though. There's Baytild.
Your ancestors wouldn't want this, Silas.
Why should I hide from it? This is my family's legacy.
It's the past. Dead oaths on dead lips. Let it stay there.
And here comes my first visitor. The Museum of the Mythic Dawn is open, friend.
What was that argument about?
Never mind that. Medina is a good woman, but I have my own reasons for opening this museum, and I'm not changing my mind. I have a collection of artifacts from the group that toppled an empire. Their importance to history cannot be forgotten. Why don't you come in? You can browse the displays and we can talk. I have a job you look perfect for.
Okay, sure, let's go.
Sounds good.
Let's talk inside.
Can I bring my dog? I don't know where Barbas is.
Feel free to look around. Come talk to me when
There's
you're ready
Barbas.
to discuss that job I mentioned. The tapestries hung here and outside were found in hideouts, where members of the Mythic Dawn would meet and plot. The cult's greatest accomplishment was the assassination of the Septim Dynasty. Did you have any questions about the museum, or would you rather talk business?
Let's talk about this job you want done.
A little history first. After the Oblivion Crisis, a number of groups cropped up dedicated to wiping out the remnants of the Mythic Dawn. One of these groups found Mehrunes' Razor, the artifact of Dagon. They split it into 3 fragments and pledged to keep them apart forever. That was almost 150 years ago, and the pieces are still being kept by the descendants of that group, and they're right here, in Skyrim.
You want me to get those fragments?
At least 2 of the owners, Gunzel and Draskua, are dangerous marauders. And the 3rd owner, Jorgen, I only know he lives in Morthal. Here are my notes about them. I'll gladly pay you for getting the pieces any way you can. No questions asked. Good luck finding the fragments.
So I'm curious now, did we inadvertently become... No, we're still Sun. Okay, cool.
Those robes were worn during...
Whale bones. Animated ships. We should have a bunch of like seashells and stuff like that. That's a bad texture. Makes me wonder what put that there. Makes me wonder what's in here. Trim Coast Beach 01 from Depths of Skyrim. Let me write down where that is. $9.28. And then I want to deal also with land texture. And then the other one is at Valheim. Towers. Snow. Candle. Okay, those are a couple things I can look into later. Because all this over here looks good. Long day at work. Brains fried. Decode what that meant. It'll be a project later. I was looking at a land texture. So like this is blended pretty well with the land texture next to it. But I've got one square over here. I'll show it to you. That these are things I notice when I play the game because I've played the game for so long. You can actually see it from the sky. You see that line right there? Where this texture doesn't match this texture? Okay, so I need to find out, and I was looking at, okay, what added that? And it's probably from Depths of Skyrim. But as soon as I get into the water, it's okay. It's that one plane right here that I need to move either down below or remove it altogether. Probably just move it lower so it's not interfering. Because the stark line that you see right there is what I'm trying to get rid of. So that's the project for later. Yeah, it's an easy fix in the CK. I just need to know where to go and what mods to have loaded. So it looks like Depths of Skyrim is what I want to have loaded. No, I'm not going to add more to it. I'll just get rid of the bad texture that's there. Basically, it's adding... Depths of Skyrim added that texture there, but it doesn't match what my texture replacer has already added for the beach. So you see the beach. This is the wet sand texture that I use. It's from SKB, right? And this is the dry sand texture that I use from SKB. And I've gotten those to blend in. So here's the blending of that with the snowy texture. So it's a gradient, right? It blends pretty well. And then it also blends pretty well in with this, which is a separate object. But when I see a stark line like that, I know that there's a texture there that shouldn't be there. Yeah, well, I'll find it. I'm not going to do it right now, but I wrote down the location so that I can just look it up later when I have time, and I'll fix it. And then I'll also fix it in the one that I'm uploading. In the next version, 2.2.2, it'll be fixed. The other one is not something for what I'm uploading, but it is something for the one that I'm playing. The list that I'm playing right now it's up to date, but I left seasons in this list. So yeah, these are the shells that I added. So they're cool. You can actually collect them. They'll be seashells. Some of them are pretty cool looking, like these. They're pretty neat looking. So this was just little clutter stuff that you can add into the game. So let's see how close I can get to it. I can get pretty close to it. But yeah, they're pretty detailed little shells. And again, it's just one of those, it's an immersion thing. right? We can collect seashells. I'm awake for 10 hours now. Update my Skyrim 1.61170 and still it done doing fixing my immersion. Yeah, well, it's the little things like that. And a lot of the little things, well, a lot of people won't notice, you know, but I tend to look at the rocks and look at the sand. I love this sand texture with the little pebbles. And it's a parallax texture from SKB. They just look really good. And then to have the little seashells, you know, that you can find along the seashore. It's kind of a neat little thing. You're stressed out? Well, don't stress out. The game's supposed to be fun, not stressful. Why'd you go to 1.6.1170? Why'd you go to the latest version? Well, I mean, you have your own reasons. It's okay. SU Cam 2 if you're looking to do zoom and screenshots. You blame yourself? Okay. I'm not really worried about messing with it too much. I can get close enough to look at the things I want to look at. I don't have to change the speed. Are those... I'm keeping an eye out for narwhals. I got narwhals in my game too. And whales. And tuna. And sea turtles. We have lots of stuff. That's where I want to go, over there. What's up, Caleb? The powers and hotkeys. Oh, you're talking about down at the bottom? It's called hotkey spell. So what I can do is I can have...
Stepping up to me
I've got my
is
daggers
detrimental to your
drawn,
health.
right? So I've got weapons drawn. I can just cast a spell that's stone flesh, and then this is I just summoned a flame atronach, right? But my weapons are still out, so it's just it's a hotkey. It's a lot like it's called hotkey spell, and the way that you set it up is you would have to, well, it's got an MCM menu, so let's take a look at that. It's actually a pretty cool... I didn't think I'd like it as much as I do, but I really like it. So it's called hotkey... Not hotkey skill. They're called spell hotkey? Oh, spell hotbar. I'm sorry, it's called spell hotbar. And you can set up what you want to bind it to, and you can do up to 12. But actually you can do a lot more than that, because you can do it with Control or Alt or Shift. So you can do, so 1, 2, 3, 4 times 12, you can do 48 different things. And basically they're spells. So in order to set it up, you need to go to your magic menu, and then you'll have it over here, and you can, let's say I want oak flesh for, say I want to put clairvoyance in there, I'll put clairvoyance in, let's say F8, right? So I just hit F8 and there it is. Or I can do skeleton, undying ghost. Let's do that. F8. So then if I'm standing here, it doesn't matter if I've got a weapon out or not. I can just hit F8 and there's my undying ghost while my weapons are still drawn. The only issue that I found with it is that it overlaps with these down here. So 1 and 2 and 3 I have for sets of weapons with a power. Okay? And then 4 through 8 I've got as spell hotbar. But they will overlap, so you have to be careful what you assign to it if you're using both of them together. Yeah, that's what this does, is it does instant cast. So if I'm down in here and I want to do stone flesh, I just hit F4 and it'll cast it. Doesn't matter what I'm doing. I didn't have to change my weapons or anything. I mean, you can also, I mean, I really love Wheeler. So Wheeler's great, and I'll set up a couple of wheels using Wheeler also. So here I've got my different aspects. And then here I've got things I do a lot of time, like leave combat, build a campfire, harvest wood, fill my bottles, stuff like that, so that I don't have to go looking for them in a menu.
Dig, Dwemer in the beyond. I'll know your lost unknown and rise to your depths.
Kind of like Oblivion? Yeah, kind of, I guess. I mean, it's more like an MMO.
I've brought all the blood you require.
So
I can almost
it plays a lot like an
hear
MMO.
them. I feel their life energy. Come, I will make the mixture.
Shaken, not stirred, okay? And I like my martinis really dry. 2 olives. You're not shaken. Open it up, Septimus. Let's get the book. Let's leave combat. So it's just different options, right? You can do it through spell hotbar. That's Hermaeus Mora's cloak. Come on, buddy.
What is this? It's just a book. I can see. The world beyond burns in my mind. It's marvelous.
This is why I don't want to follow Hermaeus Mora. He just killed him. Loyal servant just killed him. I'll take that. I'll take that and I'll take that. So if we take that off, okay, so that takes the shawl off if we put the mantle on, but the mantle is nice and furry, keep us warm.
Come, my champion.
I am not your champion, monster.
Who do you think brought Septimus here? Who do you think protected you on your journey to open the box and loose my knowledge on this world? Your free will is an illusion. Whether you acknowledge me or not is your own business. But I will be in your mind.
That's creepy.
Now, you have my Agma Infinium. It contains the knowledge of the ages as revealed to Xarxes, my loyal servant. For hundreds of years, it's been shut away from the world. Septimus was a useful tool for unleashing it. Now, it is in your hands.
Yep, sure is.
Let us work wonders together.
No, I'll work wonders on my own. Alright, let's take a look at what he got in here. Couple soul gems. Boethia. He's got a black book, doesn't he? That monster's the most disturbing thing in Skyrim. Grey Calum Nocturnal. Yeah, I've got it installed. Something like gives you nightmares. Grey, this is my mod list. This is my mod list. It's built on the latest version of the game, which is 1.61170. That's downgraded. It auto downgrades to 1.5.97, but it uses all of the Creation Club content. Well, there's 2 player homes that I've removed because they conflict with other things that I've added to my list. So there's no Hinderheim, and there's no, well, I don't know what it's called, but it's the player home that's outside of Whiterun. It's in the same spot as Bathing Beauty's Luxury Suite, so I didn't want 2 houses right next to each other, so I got rid of the Creation Club one. Might have to keep adding to my town, cities. GPU starts to smoke. That's what you're doing? Okay. I really like I like Soldier of War stuff, you know, when it comes to town expansions. Solitude, okay. And I love the this is the Icy Mesh Remastered that makes all the glaciers look like ice cubes. It's really cool. And then actually we've got Hermamora. Where's Hermes? Hermie! Where are you, Hermie? Well, you're not over there. You're over at the Chill. There's Hermie. So this is the Chill over here, and on top of it, since I use Managora sprouts, Daedric statues, we actually have a statue of Hermaeus Mora. That's right here. There's another one in a different location also. Very good PC then. My computer is more than 3 years old. It's no slouch though. It's an i9-10830 is the processor, 32 gigs worth of RAM, and I've got a 3090 in here. So it's older, but it's not a slouch. I would say that I've seen some decent computers out there that are running like Ryzen 7700 processors and like a 4070 Ti Super or 4070 Ti, so 12 gigs or 16 gigs worth of VRAM, depending if you get the Super or not, for right around $800 to $1,000. So I mean, what are you going to pay for an Xbox or for a PlayStation, And this can also be your home computer too, so you got to figure that into the equation. Actually, I'm always looking at computer systems. I'm always looking at computer systems and computer parts. So, tell you what we're gonna do. I don't think anything's gonna attack me here. Let's do this really quick. So I was just looking, some of these are way overpriced, but some are not. So we'll look at gaming desktops. No, I want desktop. I want gaming desktop. And I want to look at like a 4070 Ti Super or a 4070 Ti. Okay, and then we're looking at probably a Ryzen 5 or a Ryzen 7, and let's see what they got. Well, their prices went up a little bit. Quite a bit. These are on the auto notify. There's one for $1,200. 7700X 4070 Ti 16 gigs DDR5. So that's a 12 gigabyte card. $3090 or $4090? Well, I'll tell you what, the $4090 has gone through the roof. The price, you want to see something stupid? Here, we'll turn off the Ryzen 5. And we'll just turn on Ryzen 9 or Ryzen 7 with a 4090. This is stupid. You got $8,000? That's stupid. $8,000 for a 4090. They've doubled. They're like doubled in price when the 5090 came out. So I would recommend more like a 4070 Ti or 4070 Ti Super. You're going to get a much better deal there. And it's going to be enough to play heavily modded Skyrim. Okay, maybe you don't want one. Yeah. Well, like I said, the prices just went through the roof. Mainly because the 5090 is such a disappointment. And so people are trying to buy the last generation, which would be the 4090, right? And so, but they've stopped making them because it's using the same die as the 5090 is using. So Nvidia is trying to push you into buying a $2,000 graphics card, the 5090, right, if you're in the high end for it. And people are like, no, we want the 4090, and they're like, okay, fine, we'll just double the price. So yeah, it's stupid. I'm not upgrading. But then again, I don't really need to. Right now I'm cranking out 144 frames a second with frame generation. So why that's the refresh rate of my screen. I'm playing at widescreen 1440p. So 3440 by 1440 resolution. And I'm cranking out 144 frames a second on heavily modded Skyrim. Tell me why I need to update. You know? I can't crank out any more frames than that. Now, I do get a little bit of ghosting when I look around quickly, but it's not that bad. I can live with it for an RPG. I'm not a competitive gamer. I play for fun. I could see if I was doing competitive gaming, you know, on a first-person shooter or whatever, that you wouldn't want any ghosting. You'd want to just crank out the frames, right? There are some good deals to be had. The one that I was looking at, well, let me get to a safe location and then I'll show you. I'm not in a safe location right now. Where is a safe location? I don't know. Okay, we're gonna go up here because this is kind of a safe location. I don't think there's any bad guys up here. Well, if we hear a bad guy beating me up, I'll jump back into game, but... Alright, let's alt tab again. Let's go back and grab another window. Let's open this up again. And then we're going to look at computer systems, gaming desktop PC. Okay, this is just a 4070. 1200. This is Intel Core i5 13400 with a 4060 for $800. So, but I think a 4060 only has like 8 gigs worth of VRAM, so you'd probably want something more than that. But the 4060 systems they're below $800. You got a 3050. I would stay away from the 3050. So let's see what we can get going with a 40 series card, and we don't want the 4060 or the 4050. We don't even really want that one. So 4070 Super, 4070 Ti, 4070 Ti Super. So any of those cards. Let's see what we got. Yeah, you're still looking at like $1,700, $1,600. That's an i7 14700F. That's not bad with a 4070 Super and 32 gigs worth of RAM. That'll play any mod list out there pretty darn well. Skytech's got one here. A 4070 Super. $1,400. You're still gonna have to save up a bit. That's a 4070 Super. This is a 4070 Ti Super. So a 4070 Ti Super is going to give you 16 gigs worth of VRAM. And it's a 14700 KF. So not a bad processor in there either. $1,800. So this gives you a general idea. I mean, I'm not recommending you shop where I'm looking, but this is a good place to look and get an idea of what systems are going for. The thing I'm looking at the systems that are higher end and for myself, and I see like the ones that are on that website particular are running like $8,000. I can go to Digital Storm and get one that's custom water cooled for less than that. So I wouldn't really recommend shopping there. What's up, Sai? This system, I normally build my own systems, but the system I'm running on now is store-bought. It's a pre-built. The only thing I don't like about it is the way that they mounted the fans on the front panel. I got three fans on the front panel that are intake fans, but the way that they routed the wiring and everything, you basically have to rip the case apart to change a fan if a fan goes bad. So that's the only thing I really don't like about it. But that was the only way I could get a 3090 at the time I wanted a new system. I was playing on a 1060, so that tells you how often I upgrade, right? I was on a 1060 GTX, and I was running DDR3 RAM, and I had an i7 930 processor. So that's back there a ways, right? That's like a 10-year-old system, 12-year-old system. That's what I was running on. And then when I updated, I bought this one about 3 years ago. I bought this system. And I'm like, well, I don't want to update for quite a while, so let me pay the price for the high-end stuff. But I was looking to build one, but I couldn't find, because that's when everybody was mining Ethereum, right? And so I couldn't find a 3090. There was no 3090s in stock anywhere. The only way to get one was to buy a pre-built system that had one installed. So that's what I did. Now, granted, my processor's, 5 generations back now? 5 generations back. And my graphics card is now 3 generations back. But it's enough to play what I'm playing. And like I said, it's cranking out 144 frames a second. With frame generation. With lossless scaling. So... it's good enough. It's better than me spending another $8,000. So yeah, the first system I ever built was in 2005, and it was an AMD Athlon FX55 with a EVGA 6800 GT graphics card. Yeah, that was the first system I ever built.
A little pipsqueak like you thinks they can take me on.
Before then, all I had was a laptop, a gateway laptop, and that had integrated graphics and 512 megabytes worth of RAM.
Scum.
So yeah, that's what I was playing Morrowind on. RX 550. Well, I'll tell you what, the 6800 GT was before the 550. And then I had 7600 GTXs in SLI of all things before I knew any better. I would not recommend doing SLI. It does not double your performance, so it's not worth buying 2 graphics cards. I actually sent one of those graphics cards to a friend of mine in Australia when I upgraded to the 1060. was a 2-fan GTX 1060. It was actually a good card. It had 6 gigs worth of VRAM, which isn't enough for nowadays, but it was a solid card for the time. You know, it was a solid system. What do we got going on over here? Some crazy magic happening over here. Oh, it's these guys.
Let's end it once and for all. You should choose your battles more cautiously.
Let the bodies hit the flow. Would I like to build a system again? Yeah, I would. I would really like to build like a micro ATX case. With a big beefy graphics card in it and hardline water cooling. But that's mainly just for the way that it looks. I mean, I don't really want to do the upkeep on a hardline water cooled system. I don't want to have to change, you know, to change the water and keep it clean and do all the other things you got to do with a water cooled system. Worry about leaks and all that. I don't want to do that. So probably be air cooled, because the difference in thermals really isn't that much if you're, you know, if you're not overclocking the snot out of it. It's not going to be that bad. So where's the whales? I know we have whales. Glass or copper tube? I wouldn't do glass tubing. I would do the, you know, the, I guess it's acrylic or some kind of PVC or something. I don't know. It's a clear tube, but it's plastic, and you can basically warm it up and bend it. So rather than using fittings, I would rather, you know, warm it up and bend it. But if I was going to do that, I'd do the processor as well as the graphics card and do a whole loop, you know, a whole custom loop. I actually really like the I like the distribution plates, because they actually make, they look clean, and they make running your water pretty easy. So we are at 2 hours 24 minutes and the game just locked up. Open CPU case. So that's not good. We're probably going to have to shut it down because it locked up. Which makes me wonder, when's the last save I did? Oh, probably quite a ways back there. Coming out of Septimus's place. I'm thinking I want to close that. Want to try to close that, and it's probably error reporting that's keeping me open. So let's find error reporting. Okay, there we go. All right, let's find out what that's all about. And it says my character has a problem. My character Salmon 1, Black Plane 1, BS Fade Node Null. So that's an item. BST array allocator function. Reference effect. Comprehensive attack rate patch. DLL. And the salmon. Oh no, it's got to be the salmon. So let me look at that. Well, I'll show you guys what I'm talking about with the distribution plates because they're pretty cool. So something like this. This is a distribution plate. So they go into your case and you can pipe right out of them and make pretty much straight runs. So they actually make cases that have them integrated into them. They have the pump built into them too. So it's pretty cool, something different than the last build that I did. That would be cool to do that if I was going to do water cooling. So let's look at they have cases that are made specifically with distribution plates already built into them. Salmon went bad. So these have distribution plates built into the case, but they're not cheap. They're definitely not cheap. $500 case. But if you were going to do a water-cooled system, yeah, Singularity is the one who makes them. That's a cool looking case, You got a distribution plate on the front and one on the side. What are your products? Yeah, if I was going to do it, I'd want one of these. The Spectre water cooling case. I don't know if you've seen that, but That's a little bit mind-blowing. But like I said, it's got the distro plates built into it. Which would make it really easy to do a full water loop for, you know, for everything. And they look cool. But I don't know about 500 bucks for a case. All right, so we cleaned that out. What was the DLL I was looking for? Comprehensive. This. So this is actually scripted. Papyrus scripted. And it's got a DLL. Actor value data. Let's look at this. AVG file is marked non-functional for the time being. API is in volatile state. Be implemented when more stable. Scripted effective speed mult is implemented in the Papyrus. So I think this is what I had a problem with. So this isn't implemented yet. So let's look at that also. Comprehensive attack speed. And if it's going to cause a problem, then it goes bye-bye. Star Trek Borg cube. That would be cool. I've seen some, like I saw this one build this guy did. Let's see if I can find it. This guy did a micro ATX build and custom built pretty much the case for it. And it was like a shoebox. It was beautiful though. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about it. But I'm thinking, okay, so you spend all that time and effort building a really cool micro ATX build, right? You know, how long is it going to last you before it's obsolete? You know, and you're going to want something different. Let's find out where my last save was. So I made 2.5 hours before we had a lockup. I can probably play for another hour. Right now, I don't think is a great time to build a system because of just the cost of everything is just way too expensive. I would wait until it comes down, if it ever comes down. That's the problem with companies, you know, once they know they can get you to pay a certain amount, they're never going to lower the price off of that. I remember when graphics cards were, you know, people were screaming if they were $380. So that's too expensive. And now it's like if you don't have $2,000, you're not getting a graphics card. It's, you know, top tier, which is pretty sad. So is it because our money is worthless, or is it because they're greedy and they charge too much? Or is it a little bit of both? Probably a little bit of both, if I had to guess. I think they're greedy, and I think that our value, our dollar's been devalued. Not as bad as some places. I mean, like I've had people come into my stream that are talking about, you know, computers where they're at. This is not in the United States, different country, are super duper expensive. You know, so they can't really afford to upgrade. I guess that's what's going to happen, you know, either if the computer parts people want to stay in business, they're going to have to start making the parts more affordable and making, you know, giving people a good reason to upgrade. Because looking at the 5090 and looking at their launch, they were talking about, oh, it's got, you know, the 5080 has more, you know, is stronger than the 4090. And it's like, okay, well, put a big asterisk next to that. It's only pumping out more frame rate if you're using DLSS 4. And seeing that's another thing that they're getting you on is, you know, you need a 5000 series graphics card to run DLSS 4. And I'm like, you know, why would I bother if I can run lossless scaling for $7? Plus the game that I'm playing, Skyrim, you know, I can't get DLSS 4 in Skyrim. So is it going to do me any good? Well, not for the game that I want to play. Oh my gosh, really? Let me out of here. I'm going to freeze to death. Let me out of here. You're killing me. All right. Let's see how this is set up. That looks good. That looks good. Good, 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 good. Good. What's up, Kiwi? Intel is making a 12 gigabyte card, $249. Yeah, well, I mean, Intel is still learning. What's up, Patriot? Console command adjusting the field of view to 90 didn't break directional movement. Free cam? Okay. I've never tried doing that, so I don't know. So apparently we're still in combat, so let's leave combat. It outperforms your card by like 4 times? Okay, well, I mean, Is that with DLSS4 or without? That's the part that gets me is, you know, I think they didn't put the asterisk next to it. Just venting out loud? Okay. Okay. Ever bother looking at... No, I never looked at it. I'm pretty happy with CBBE 3BA body for females. And I'm using tempered skins for males and SkySight. So no, I never looked at it, and I saw your post in my Discord, but since I don't have any experience with it, I didn't post an answer or reply to it because there's nothing I can tell you because I've never done it. And I know some people like the UMP body. I wasn't really a fan of it. I thought that it was more that's more serious fantasy, right? You got girls with, you know, quadruple E breasts. To me, was not something I wanted in my game. I like more athletic. And in my opinion, more realistic size. I don't need everyone to look like Elvira, Mistress of the Dark, right? I do use Valhalla Combat. Mainly I use it for stamina regen.
I'd much prefer to live and let live.
A big bar.
Well, aren't you a real child?
Dead bars. Dead troll. It would be a lot of work to get all the armors to work correctly, I guess, if you're getting it from DAW Studios, because I don't know if anybody went through the trouble of resizing everything for, you know, that body that is coming from an outside source. Having an issue with a sound not playing for beheading animation. I can't tell if it's animation from Valhalla Combat or Dismemberment Framework. Well, I don't use Dismemberment Framework either, so I can't help you on that. I'm using Maximum Carnage, which I know is script based, right? But that's what I've already got integrated into my mod list. And I'm not going to try to remove it and change over to something else at this point. If I ever make a new mod list, yeah, I'll probably change over
in
some
self-defense.
things. But at this point, what I've got works pretty good, and I'm not gonna really
Always
mess
ready.
with it a whole lot.
I swear I'll kill.
Oh, you're going down.
Mistake
Oh,
could be
how much
fatal.
damage did you take from the fall? Oh, you took enough to die. Cool. I love slide tackle. All clothing and armor need to be fitted. Outfit studio to do each armor individual. Yeah, that's way too much work for me. I can kind of break it down like this. I was talking to my mom, and she asked me if I was still modding or making mods for Skyrim. And I basically told her no. No, I'm not. I mean, I made a lot of mods for Skyrim. I've got a lot of release mods. Made a lot of weapons. I did Bowgasm. I want better arrows. I did a lot of things like that. But recently, nah, I put together this mod list. I'm curating it, right? Taking care of it, updating it with other mods that I'd like to play with. And then I'm playing it. So I'm having a good time playing the game for a change, rather than always modding it. So that's about the easiest way I can put it. Uh-oh, I don't want that guy to turn around on me. Come here, you big bug.
Please don't lose hope. You'll reap what you sow.
Alright, where'd you go?
More trials and retributions.
Here, I'll tell you what, we're going to put a save right here. Wasn't asking you to switch to that mod, just explaining the confusion between two mods. Okay.
You're the biggest idiot of them all.
I mean,
my will is unbreakable.
My thing is, I don't know.
Hey now, play
because
nice.
I've never used the other mod that you're talking about. So I can't really help you out. Sadly. Because I don't have any experience with the other mod. And trust me, I wouldn't change over to something else unless I wanted to. I'm kind of messed up like that. At this point in my life, yeah, if I don't want to do it, I ain't doing it. Trigger properly set in the animation. Well, you know what I would do is I would look at it in SSE Edit, maybe, and see if one is overwriting the other for that specific animation. Also, you may want to check in your, are you using DAR folder structure still, or are you using OAR? So that's kind of an important thing too. Also, are you using Nemesis or are you using Pandora?
Perfect shot.
And did you update your Nemesis and or Pandora when you added the new mod? So those are easy things to check first, right? What's up, Steven? Because when I have a problem with an animation not firing the way that it's supposed to, it usually means that I forgot to run Nemesis after I installed something. Because I use Nemesis, so... Okay, well, I mean, I'm just telling you what I've come across in my own playing around with things is that I'm not perfect. I forget to run Nemesis sometimes, and then I'm in game and I'm like, how come this isn't working? How come it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing, right? Then I'm like, oh wait, I forgot to run Nemesis. Dur, dur, dur. And then I run Nemesis and then everything works right. So I would look for easy solutions like that first. Making sure that you have all of the requirements for whatever mod you're using also is another thing that sometimes I forget. These are issues that I've had, right? And I don't know if that's going to be helpful or not, but that's what I would say is look for the easy things first. Well, then you may want to look at sound. Are you using like anything that would change the sound files? Do you have your effects sound turned way down in your settings? Again, look for the easy things first. But if the animation is playing correctly, then it's not a Nemesis issue. Because the animation is playing. The animation just wouldn't play if it was a Nemesis. You needed to rerun Nemesis or whatever. Or the files got corrupted or something. But if it's just the sound isn't playing, I would look at anything that's overwriting that sound file. So you may want to open it up in Mod Organizer 2 or whatever and explore the files and say, okay, well, what sounds are included with the beheading animation that I have? Okay. And then go, okay, well, do I have any of those files? Here. We're going to have a little tutorial. You ready? I'll show you how I would track that down if it's a sound file. So we're going to save the game. We're going to jump out of game here really quick, and I'm going to show you how I would track it down. So we have a mod. It's a beheading mod that contains a sound file, right? So let's look at what would I have that would have a sound file attached to it. Let's look at something in animations, combat animations. This probably has a sound file in it. Okay, so I would say, okay, you want to look at your beheading animation and go into Open an Explorer and then find if it's got a sound folder. This one does not have a sound folder, so that's not going to work for us. So let's look at, well, okay, this one has sound files. So open here, this is so I would find that sound file, and it's under FX Weapon, Bow, a bow's whisper, and then I've got different sound files here, right? For draw, knock. Okay, so I'm going to move that over here, and I've got my file path here, sound FX WPN bow. I'm going to go here to data, and I'm going to go to sound. I believe it's just sound, right? Yeah, it's just sound. Okay. So data, sound, FX. So I'm just following this file path. WPN bow, So I'm going to go down here, WPN, and then bow, and then a bow's whisper. So, and I'm going to find all of these files. Now I'm going to look at where these came from. Both of these came from a bow's whisper. These are all coming from a bow's whisper. These are all coming from a bow's whisper. And these are all coming from a bow's whisper, so I don't have a problem. But if any one of these that appears over here is coming from a different mod, and it's red in color, I would know what's overwriting it. You follow me? So although you have a virtual file structure in MO2, you can open it up and look at it, just like you could if it was, just dumped in your data folder, like we used to mod back in the day, which is kind of a terrible way to mod, but and you could see if it's getting overwritten by anything. That's how I would track it down. At least that would tell you if that sound file is being overwritten by another sound file. If it's not the sound file being overwritten by another sound file, then you're going to have to look at, okay, like was mentioned, the trigger, right? For some reason, the trigger's not happening. So it might be a conflict with, MCO animation or a Valhalla animation. But look for the easy thing first. Look for seeing if it's getting overwritten by something else. That's what I would recommend. And I hope you find it. All right. Yeah, we're at 2,063 mods. Crazy. Baseline trying stuff. I installed the body physics and forgot Nemesis and wonder why physics didn't work. Yeah. Well, it happens to all of us, Kiwi. That I was just pointing to things, not to say that they did it, but to saying this is what I did. This is how I messed up. So it would be a good one to check. We're all only human, and we get excited about trying out new things, and sometimes we forget that, oh wait, I got to run Nemesis. It happens. Feces occur. But that's an easy fix, and I like looking for easy fixes first before I start really diving deep into pulling things apart and trying to rewrite stuff. You know what I should have done when I was out of game? I should have gone to 928 and looked at that land texture. Yeah, I can do that later. Give me something to do when I'm bored. The other thing is if a sound file is too large, Skyrim engine won't play it. It also depends on, is it a, most of the sound files are WAV files, unless of course you've got dialogue, which will have used to be a WAV and an LIP, a lip file, and now they're combined into .fuzs. So it's a different file structure that includes the lip and the WAV as an FUZ. So that's the only one that I know that's combined. Everything else should be a WAV file for sound. Now I don't know what the limit is on how big it is. But I'm thinking a sound file going with the beheading wouldn't be a very big file. More like a shunk. You know? And that's it. Here, we just cut your head off. It's not going to be a real long file. Unless your neck is like that big. You know. Then maybe it'll be a little longer. I don't know. Alright, we're going after the rueful axe. That's what we're doing. Let's put on something a little warmer. And you know what? We should probably make a detour over here. Did we already grab... Oh, no, we've never been here. So if we've never been here, we haven't gotten the Mariner's Sword yet. Let's go get it. Is there a limit on the number of sounds? I don't know about the number of sounds, but there may be a limit on how large a sound file can be. And that's what we were talking about, was the actual size of the sound file. Not how many sound files. Few grass removal patches out there. I'm not sure which one you need. Grass removal? Northern roads, but I have grasses everywhere on the roads. Well, it also depends on, you know, grass is generated by the game engine, right? And it's generally generated on the fly. That's why I'm using a mod called No Grass in Objects.
Impressing myself now.
That uses the NetScript framework, and that's one of the reasons why I'm running 1.5.97 as my version, because it requires the .NET framework, which doesn't work on later versions of the game. So no grass in objects in producing a grass cache. So there is a way to produce a grass cache on the latest version of the game now using SKSE. I've never done that. I've never used that. No grass in objects will keep grass from growing out of rocks or growing out of the road and things like that. So I don't know which you're... Whoa! Oh my gosh! That was the rock. That was the big rolling boulder that I wanted to see. Oh my gosh, I saw it. Scared the crap out of me too. Oh, that's funny. Alright, well these are a couple of swords that I made that are based on some models, well, based on some real swords that were made by a swordsmith in Australia. Brendan was the guy's name. So he made this actual sword called the Mariner's Sword, and then I got his permission to use his design to create a 3D model and hack it into a video game. So he thought that was the coolest thing since sliced bread. He liked that idea. So he gave me permission to basically use his design, his original design. How many can play at the same time? Yeah, that I'm sure there's a limit to that. A game engine limit to that, but I don't know what it is. I was not expecting that big round rock to come rolling down the hill. That gave me a jump scare. I enjoyed it. That was cool. But that's why I put it in the game. You know a good video game if you're playing it, you know, and things will give you a jump scare or make your butthole pucker a little bit. Like, oh my god. Then you know it's a good game. No grass in objects too? Cool. Dumb question because I missed something up here in a simple way. MO2 to back up my current build or upload it to something. Well, you can create a Wabbajack. You don't have to upload the Wabbajack to the CDN. You can save it as a file on your computer. I actually have Wabbajacks that are of my personal list, and I have Wabbajack that I upload to the CDN. So I can actually make a backup of my game and all the mods and everything, and my MO2. And then if I mess it up, I can always just reinstall that over the top and get right back to where I was. It does take a while to compile a Wabbajack. But to give you an idea, let me do this. Give me a second. All right. So this is the drive that I have. It's a game that I'm playing right now. But on this drive, this is the one instance, I have all of my personal Wabbajack backups. So each one of these contains a Wabbajack from, this one's from version 1.5.4, and then 5.5, 5.6, 5.7, 6.0, so I skipped a few there. The last one I did is the one I'm playing now, 2.2.2. So I actually have a Wabbajack file here that is, it's 4.5 gigabytes, but it's a complete backup. It can reinstall my entire game. If I wipe this entire game, I can get it back by playing this Wabbajack right here that I created. Now, that's not the one I'm uploading. The one that I upload is actually on my archive. This one. And this has all of the releases. And this is the last one, 2.2.1. It is under a gigabyte. It's 890... Is that a 90 or an 80? That's 893 megabytes. Is the size of that Wabbajack file. That can install the entire list. That's the one I'm uploading. But my list has voice files and other files in it that I can't include in the Wabbajack. I don't have permission to inline them or include them in the Wabbajack. So I have a couple different versions, right? The version that I'm playing has all these voice files, and it has all these armor files and other things that are off of Patreon or paid mods, and my reshade. Because my reshade here, this is containing all of these Immerse things here are from, these are all from their paid mods. This is RTGI from Marty McFly, and it's a paid mod, so you have to actually pay him $9 on his Patreon to get those. But that's what I use in my personal build. So these are all inlined into my personal Wabbajack. And also, like all the Siri voice files, those are on Fear TCB's Discord, but I can't link those because you have to log into his Discord in order to get them. It's not publicly available. So I can't include them in the Wabbajack that I'm releasing to the public. Check your load order and make sure you run the... Well, do you want a tutorial on how to run Wabbajack? I'll give you one. It's pretty simple. It does take some time though. I'm gonna just put a save here. And I'm gonna give you a tutorial on how to create a Wabbajack so that everybody can make a backup of their game and keep it somewhere. And then you can mod to your heart's content and do whatever you want to do. But if you mess up, just reinstall the Wabbajack over your installation. And then you'll get right back to it. You will need a portable version. And Kiwi, all you got to do is Google it. So let's do a little Googling. And do not leave this open while you're creating a Wabbajack. You need to close it. Okay, otherwise you're going to have a problem. So just Google create a Wabbajack. Okay, cool. Compiling a mod list for Wabbajack. It's on GitHub. So this is where you would probably want to read. So I'm going to copy paste this right here. Okay. And this is, so you want to create a Wabbajack, right? So it's telling you you need a mod organizer too. You need a portable instance. And it's got pictures and it's got step by step. This is how I learned, okay? Because I didn't know. And then they want you to use a dark background so people's eyes don't get burned out. Okay, you don't have to do this if you're just doing it for your own use, but I would recommend it. It looks better. Yeah, well that's why I'm going over it, Kiwi. I'm trying to help you out here, bro. So, and then the mod list to compile. So we're going to go over it. And then you're going to create a mod list. We're going to do all this. And then we're going to choose the mod list location, download location. When it goes to mod list location, you're going to look for mod list text. That's what's going to go in mod list location. Download location is where all your files are that you're downloading, okay? So that's going to be in your downloads folder, wherever that may be. And then your output location is where you want the finished Wabbajack to go. And then you're going to fill everything in. But I'm going to go over that. So this is an important page. Bookmark this page. Read through it nice and easy and slow. It's pretty self-explanatory. I'm going to run through creating a mod list right now for you, okay? We're going to do one live. Well, here's the thing, if your current one isn't a portable instance, you can't make a Wabbajack from it. It's got to be a portable instance because of the way Wabbajack works. Wabbajack is creating a virtual file structure and it needs a portable instance of MO2. So I'm going to use, in archives here, I've got Wabbajack test install. This is a mod list that I put together, and I separated the downloads from MO2. So these are all of the downloads that I downloaded from Nexus, okay, to build this mod list. Generally, this folder is going to be in your MO2 folder. There'll be a downloads folder here, okay? So that's the one I'm going to use. So we're going to say create a mod list. And this is my backup that I made, but I'm going to start from scratch. So we're going to go to compiler settings. We're going to hit the little ellipsis over here, right? And we're going to go to my archive drive, Wabbajack test install, MO2, profiles, Nico Experience, and I'm going to get mod list text. Remember I showed you that? I need all your downloads. Yeah, you're going to need all your downloads. If you delete them all, you can't make a Wabbajack. It needs to know, every file needs to come from somewhere. And that's what I'm going to go over with you right now. Okay, so now this is the instance that I want to create a Wabbajack from. And the download location, it says test install download. So we want to make sure that that's actually where I want to come from. So it's actually going to come from here, downloads, select folder. And then my output location, we're going to do in my releases, and I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to name it tutorial Wabbajack 2.2.2. Okay, so, and then we're going to select that folder. That's where it's going to output to. Now, none of this stuff over here is really filled in yet, other than the name of the instance of the game, right? So if we look at, let me look at this again. I'll show you. So this is the one we're using. This is the game that we've built in a portable instance. And if we look at profiles, Nico Experience, and then we go to its mod list, that's the one we're going to do, right? So that's what we were looking for. That's what we were using. But this includes everything, including the couple of saves that are in there, but that's okay. So we're going to give this a version number. I'm going to call this 2.2.2. The author, I'm going to say, is me, right? Nico Roshi. And then description, you can put whatever you want here. This is a test Wabbajack for online tutorial. Okay. So image, you can, whatever image you want to put as your background. I actually have an image that's in my files. So if I come here to MO2, I put an image in here, screenshot 9. So let me, we'll give it a different one and I'll show you. So let's, ooh, that's a good one. Copy that. We're going to add a different image to this. Paste. And that's the image I want to use. Okay. So I put a different image here. And whatever image you choose, that's where it's going to go, right? Website, I just leave that as Wabbajack. The README, if you have a README for it, mine is on GitHub, but you don't need a README if you're just doing a personal Wabbajack. But if you're doing one that you're uploading, you're going to need a README. So you're going to have to start a GitHub and a repository. This is mine, and my README is here. So I'm just going to copy that link and I'm going to paste it right here. So that's going to be my README. I do not need to click not safe for work or publish update because we're not doing either of that. You don't have to worry about this machine URL if you're making one for personal. Okay. Because this is for if you're going to upload it to the Wabbajack CDN. Okay. So anything that I have in my mod list that is not checkmarked. So like I've got it set up for 16 by 9, but I have files there for widescreen patches. So those are not checkmarked. And I want those to be included. So down here at the bottom it says always enabled mods. Since these are not enabled, they're not clicked on, I need to click them on. So this is my mods folder in my Wabbajack. Well, this is my MO2 mods folder. So these are all the mods I have in this build. So I'm looking for wide because I'm looking for anything that's widescreen, right? These are currently not enabled. And I can show you this. I'm sure you get it, but I'm going to show it to you anyway. Okay. So this is the one that I'm actually making a copy of. I'm making a Wabbajack from this list, which is 1918 mods, right? So, but if I come here to, and I type in widescreen or wide, you can see that this isn't enabled. These two aren't enabled. This is not enabled. So I need to include these 4 unenabled mods as always enable. Okay. The other thing, how do you look at my MO2 to see if it's a portable instance? Don't know. I'm not sure. You'd have to look at the MO2 documentation is my suggestion on that one. So I need these things to be enabled all the time. Otherwise, Wabbajack goes, well, these aren't turned on, right? They don't have a check mark by them. So I'm not going to include them. The other thing that I need to look at is PC head tracking, okay? So when I look at I've got a couple of them enabled here. Siri is enabled, but all of these are not. Because these are choices that people can make. This one's Triss's voice. This one is Yennefer's voice. This is Bella. And then I've got Geralt, and I've got Kratos, and there's another one here too that I should include. Well, okay, so these are all the different PC head tracking voice I have. You can only have one enabled at a time, but I want these to be included in the Wabbajack, but since they're not enabled, I need to put them in the Wabbajack under the always enabled part. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. So we're going to turn that off. So we're going to choose all 3 of these. These are the widescreen ones. And we're going to say OK. So those are going to show up right here. And then we need to choose also the ultra wide. So now I'm going to search for ultra. This is the 4th one. It's Sunhelm, ultra wide patch. I want that to be always enabled. So that's going to go down here under always enabled. Now the other thing that I'm going to look for is I'm going to look for those PC head tracking files because again, they don't have a check mark by them. Located within app.dad folder. Okay. Cool. I didn't know that it would go in your app data folder if it was global. So thanks for that information, Deco. Good info. I've only used portable instances, so that's what I didn't know. So now I'm going to look for PC head tracking. And I'll just type it up here in the search bar and I'll see what it comes up with. So there's Kratos, Geralt, Yennefer, Bella, Triss. Siri Expanded is already turned on. That's Vampire. And then Siri expanded. I'm just going to pick them all. These are always going to be enabled, okay? So I'm going to select all those. Again, those are going to show up down here. So these are ones that they're not turned on in the list, but I want them to be part of the list so that people can choose what voice they want depending on what kind of character they have, right? Okay, so now we're going to try to run this and we're going to see what it finds or what it doesn't find. So we're going to run it. And you're going to have a lot of errors the first time you run it because every file needs to come from somewhere. So I'm going to go through this with you one at a time, and we're going to do this. Now I've already gone through this list and I've dealt with any metadata that wasn't correct. I've repaired. But every file needs to come from somewhere. Correct. You can only have one global instance, but you can have as many portable instances as you want. Well, did you find it? Did you find it in your app data? If you found it in your app data, it's a global. If you found it in your regular drive, then it's portable. That's what Deco's telling you. So now it's compiling. Well, it's cleaning invalid archives. It's where it's located as long as it's not app data folder. Yes, that's correct, Deco. So mine is actually in my archives drive. It's not in app data, so it's a portable instance. Yeah, if it's global, then you can't do this, but you know, I actually restarted, so now it's indexing everything. I actually restarted building my list as a portable list. This list was originally built in Nexus Mod Manager. Yeah, which is crazy because that's super duper old and glitchy as all get out. Anyhow, you can see it's compiling. And then it's gonna kick me out some errors because there's files it can't find, and I need to tell it what to do with those, and that's what I'm going to go through with you. So let me take a break really quick. I'll be right back. Only about 200 mods? Okay, well, I mean, I would say if it's only 200 mods, that'd be pretty easy to rebuild. So it says compilation failed, okay? And this is why it failed. Come down here and you can read. So we're missing EMB cache, okay? I don't want EMB cache to be part of this. So over here it says ignore folders. So I'm going to choose ignore folders. I'm going to go to stock game. I'm going to ignore my EMB cache because when you start up the game, when you first start up the game, it's going to create the EMB cache. So I don't want to include that in the Wabbajack. So I'm selecting that under ignore. The second thing in the list here, there's a file that's in stock game, WINN. So I want to include that file, just that one file. So it's in stock game, and it's this one right here. It's a DLL. Okay, and then I've got the next line item says violins, a kill move mod. Kill move mod profiles, violins. So any profile that you've created that it can't find, it's not part of the original mod download. I created that profile. I need to include it if I want it to be there, or I can say ignore. Right? So I actually want to include that. So it's in mods, violin, a kill move. So I'm going to say include file, not the whole folder, just the file. I don't want to include the whole mod. And I'm going to go violins, and I'm going to let it find it. Kill move mod, kill move profile, violins, menu settings, Nico preset. That is a file. It's only 1 kilobyte, but every file needs to come from somewhere. And that is a preset I made for violins. So I'm going to include that. And then I'm going to come down to the next one here. It says NLMCM, a modular MCM framework, scrolling speed 2, Nico female. Okay, that's another file that I created, right? So I'm going to include that. So I'm going to say include file, and I'm going to go to NL underscore MCM. Hi, doggy. You can come up and say hi. Come here. Come on. There you are. Hi, baby. Such a good doggy. And then here we're going to go NLMCM, scrolling speed 2, Nico female. That's the preset that I created. I need to choose that. Okay. You're such a good dog. Good girl. Okay, you're going to go down? Go on. Go on. Go. Get down. No. Yes, I love you. Yes, I love you. You're a good girl. You're a good girl. Come on. I'm doing a tutorial. Good girl. Go on. Go on. Good girl. So I've got here stock game, EMB series, include shared macros. So that's a file that is not part of the EMB that I included, right, in my downloads folder. So I need to include that file. Again, it's just a file. EMB series, include shared macro. Okay, and then I'm going to come down here to the next one. And you're just going to come down and do each one. So I've got one here that is mods Khajiit Eyes Extended. And this is actually a NIF file for a face geom. So mods Khajiit Eyes Extended. So again, we're going to include just the file. And Khajiit. And I'm looking for Khajiit Eyes Extended, meshes, actors, character, face gen data, face geom, Khajiit Eyes Extended. this one NIF file. Let's take a look at it. Well, we don't need to take a look at it anyhow. So that's that one. And then screenshot 9. So, and the other screenshot that I have here, those were files that I added to the folder that I'm using as my background image here. So I need to include those. So we're going to include files, and we're going to go to stock game. And yes, you have to go through every single file that it's missing, and there will be a lot when you first start. So it's not the easiest thing to do. It's time consuming. So we need that file and we need that file. Those are two JPEG image files that I have included. So those are those two files. And then I've got SKSE logs backups. So I don't want to include that. So I'm going to say ignore folders and then search for SKSE underscore logs. I don't need the logs and backups. That's basically changes that I made to ESP files that I need, but the people who download the mod list don't need. Did I just say file? I think I said file. No, it says folder. Okay, select folder. There we go. So we want to ignore that one. And then I've got stock game EMB series Sunsprite. Those are all EMB cache. We've already said ignore the EMB cache, but we wanted the Sunsprite as a PNG file, so it's an image. We need to include that. Include files, stock game, EMB series, and then I want to find the Sunsprite PNG, that one. Okay. So now I've gone through, and your list is going to be much larger, okay? But go through it line by line and figure out what you want to add, what you want to actually inline into the mod or into the Wabbajack. So I've got like folders that I can't link that I need to inline in my own personal Wabbajack, right? So I can inline them in my own Wabbajack because I'm not redistributing the files. And then once you have everything that's there, you're going to go back to the main menu. You're going to make a mod list again, and that's going to bring this back up and then rerun it. And this should create it. Portable instance and still keep your original global instance? Yeah, you should be able to. I don't think you can change it from one to the other, but I think you can have a global and portable instances. So again, it's going to, and what you'll find is it'll take a long time to compile the first time, but it remembers the work that it already did. So the next time you run it, it'll be quicker. It's not going to take the same long amount of time to do every single time. You got to remember that this is about 1,900 mods that it's compiling. And about, oh, I don't know, the installation is about 300 gigabytes. It's big. So if you only have 200 mods, it's going to go a lot faster. But any error that it finds, let's say it can't find a mod that you've installed. If you haven't downloaded it directly, if you download it directly from Nexus, it will create metadata in the download folder. So it'll have a copy of the zipped file, and it'll also have metadata, which will tell it where it came from, where it was downloaded from, and it'll have the mod number and the version number. So it'll have all that information. Because Wabbajack is working on the BIM, so now it's exporting the mod list. If you look in the top left-hand corner, so it compiled successfully. Now it's going to export the mod list, and then it's going to be green, the happy green color we love so much, and it'll say, successful, compilation complete. And what's nice about that, once you have a successful compilation, you can send that to your friends. And they can run that on their computer through Wabbajack to install an exact copy of your mod list. And that's what we're doing when we upload a Wabbajack, is we're sharing an exact version of a game that we put together, including all the patch files. Like, okay, if I download a mod that changes all the pillows in the game and they're all going to be blue, right? But I don't like that. I want to add a little flower to the center of every single one of them. So I modify the texture. When Wabbajack looks at that, it's going to go, hey, wait a minute. I have the mod to turn them all blue, but I'm missing this little texture. This texture is a different file hash. It doesn't match. So I'm going to create a patch to patch what I downloaded to be what is in this installation I'm trying to make a copy of. So anything you patch like that, Wabbajack's going to know. And here's your little happy green compilation complete. So we just created a Wabbajack. But again, you'll have to go through every error that it finds. And trust me, the first time it's going to be a huge list. And you can do like half of it or part of it, and then run it again, and it'll be a smaller list, smaller list, smaller list, until finally everything's taken care of. So let's go over metadata information, because that's important also. So we just compiled that list. And that list is located in my archive, test install, releases, and then we have this one, tutorial Wabbajack 222. So that ended up being 894 megabytes, and that will install the entire mod list. Well, Patriot, what I can tell you is this. If you're worried about not ever losing it again, you may have to lose it right now. So what's worse? Messing with it until you can't fix it and then you're going to lose it anyway? Or wiping it, starting over from scratch as a portable instance, create a Wabbajack, save the Wabbajack somewhere. This is less than a gigabyte. Okay, small by comparison to my mod list, which takes 500 gigs. Eventually, if you decide to keep your global instance and not start a portable instance, eventually you're going to do something that you're going to lose your entire mod list anyway. If you're modding the game, it's inevitable. I have broken it so many times it's not even funny. That's why I created a Wabbajack. That's the main reason I made a Wabbajack. Is not because I wanted to share my list with the world. It's because I wanted a backup. I got tired of, oh wow, I just screwed up something really bad and now my game won't play. So I've got to wipe everything and start over from scratch. Right? I got tired of doing that. I totally got tired of doing that. So I decided, you know what? I know what mods, and I can look at the download history on Nexus. I know what mods I installed. I just got to go through my download history and re-download them all again. But if I download them again, I can get, so this is the release that we did, right? Okay, so let's go back here. Let's go here. Let's go to downloads. Let's look at metadata information, right? So this is Skyrim 22x 90 to 97 update. So this is the metadata, and this is what it looks like. It's telling me it's general, installed true, game name Skyrim SE, mod ID, this is the important one, 2347, and the file ID, 435157. This will automatically be created if you download from Nexus. Now, if you're downloading from somewhere else, so this is Dint Hairs. Okay, let's look at that. That I'm downloading from somewhere else. This is a direct URL. Now, direct URLs work if it's on the whitelist for Wabbajack. So Wabbajack actually has an opt-in, well, a whitelist. You can look it up. Here, I'll show you. So this is a complete list of every file that Wabbajack has whitelisted that you can direct link that will work in Wabbajack. So here's a bunch of BDOR armor packs that are whitelisted, and these are Google Drive locations. So these are all whitelisted. Now some of these links may not be good anymore because they may have been removed from Google Drive, but you can check, right? There's also things on the Wabbajack CDN that you can whitelist. But any of these, and it tells you what they are. But we do a pull request as a mod author. I did a pull request. I've got one way down here. I only did one, and it still has a problem, so I ended up pulling it from the mod list anyway. Even though it's whitelisted, it's a redirect, so it doesn't like it. But the people at Wabbajack have to check it out and make sure that it's legit and that it's a publicly accessible file. It's not something that's a paid file or anything like that. And then they'll approve your whitelist. So these are all on MediaFire. These are MediaFire. These are on Mega, but they got to be whitelisted, right? Lovers Labs Greatest Hits. But this is for every mod list that's out there. Anything that people have asked to be whitelisted. Mine's probably way down at the bottom. Because basically you're modifying the code and then doing a pull request. And then they'll look at it and go, okay, yes or no. And they'll either update the code or they won't. So these are Patreon. This is for Mages and Vikings that they wanted to. These are all fuse hairs that they've got whitelisted. My dog's freaking out there again. This is the one that I did. It's a BDOR complete collection by Curex, but that file still has a redirect to it. So even if I go to this link, that's a direct link to it. The complete collection by Curex. That can still have a problem sometimes. But that's another thing you can do is you can do a direct URL. The other one that you can direct URL from is the actual CDN. So if you look at this one, it's the authored files at Wabbajack. Any file that's here, you can direct link. So you got 3D NPC stuff here, but kind of the one that would be a good one to do would be BDOR hair dent. So this is hairs 0.17. You can direct link this from here by right clicking and copying the link and then put that into something like this. So this is the link on the CDN. So HTTPS authored files wabbajack.org dent 999 BDOR hairs SSE 1.7.7 zip, and then there's the hash, and it says it's installed, uninstalled false, removed true. So you're going to write this metadata, and it's just it's a text file pretty much, right? But in Notepad++, and that's going to tell Wabbajack where that file came from. If it's whitelisted, if it's directly from Nexus, or if it's on the CDN, Wabbajack will find it, and Wabbajack can use it. Now, if it's coming from somewhere else, like a Patreon, it needs to be on the whitelist. And that's what you need to know about that. But yeah, it's got to find all of these things. So all of these fuse armors are already, they don't need to be on the whitelist because they're part of mine. They're already okay. Because these are, yeah, these are straight from Patreon. They're already on the whitelist. Direct URL. So you'll get good at writing metadata for files that you downloaded or that you want included. Removing the files, restart MO2, new portable instance. Okay. Thanks for putting up a tutorial there for our Patriot Jedi. Anyhow, that is your tutorial for how to build a Wabbajack. Now let's test it because this is important too. So we created a version we're going to install from disk. That's the other Nico Experience, so we're not going to do that one. We're going to go to where we put this, Archives, Test Install Releases, this one, and we're going to grab that one. So it should use the other image, and it does. So we're going to install this in my N, which is, this is my test install. It's in my N drive. It's in a different drive. And we're going to click Overwrite, and we're going to install it. So now we're installing the list we just created. No. Well, you're only going to be able to get them whitelisted if you're uploading a list to the Wabbajack CDN. You can use any of the files that are already whitelisted in your own personal Wabbajack. Now, if you have a file that you've downloaded from somewhere that you remember I had things that I was ignoring and things that I was including, you can include a whole folder. So let's say I download a mod from Patreon that I purchased, and I've just drag and drop the zip file into my MO2 to install it. Okay, when I run Wabbajack, it'll go, hey, we don't know where this file came from. So what do I want to do with that? And so what I'll do is I'll say include folder, the whole folder. So that makes my Wabbajack larger, but files that I can't link on the web or that are not whitelisted or that I got from somewhere else or that I've paid for but I can't include, right? I can that's what's called inlining. You can inline it into the Wabbajack. So it'll basically take that file and say, okay, well this whole file goes with my Wabbajack file. And then when Wabbajack is looking for it, it goes, okay, there it is. We'll install it. You follow? So you can inline things, but the more you inline, the larger it'll get. So this was a successful installation of the Wabbajack we just created in my test install. So we know that it works. I'll show you the Wabbajack that we just created is this one right here. And it is, you can't read that, but I'll read it for you. 894 megabytes. So it's less than a gigabyte. Okay. And then I am playing on this one, and this is my personal backups of 2.2.2. This is 4.5 gigabytes. So the other one was less than a gigabyte. This is 4.5 gigabytes. And this is larger because I've inlined files that I've purchased or bought that I can't link to. So if Wabbajack can't get them from the web, but you own them, you can inline them into your Wabbajack. You know what I say? Just tell Wabbajack, just include that. Right? Under the include files, it's on the left-hand side. So let's look at that again. I'll show you that again just so it makes more sense in case it's confusing. So when we were creating our mod list, this is the mod list that we created, right? You've got these things over here on this side. Well, this says include folders. And these are folders I'm including. So if I have something like an armor that I downloaded from Patreon that I can't link to because it's not whitelisted, it's a paid mod that I've included, but I want it to be part of my mod list, I can say include folder and then find the folder. It'll be in my mods folder. And let's say it's this armor. I will include that whole folder. And just say select. And then that folder will be inlined into my mod list. So this can be a problem. You don't want to inline too much stuff, otherwise your Wabbajack's going to be 21 gigabytes or 22 gigabytes. It's going to be huge, right? So the more stuff that you can is publicly available you can get off the web, the smaller your Wabbajack will be, the less it will have to inline. Because you have to remember, it's also going to keep all the Z-edit merges, so and edits. Does that make sense? So getting mine below a gigabyte was kind of like, you know, yay, it's good. All right. So when you look at, so we're not going to do that, but when you look at the game itself, right? Straight from Steam. So if we go to, this is my Steam folder, Steam apps, common, Skyrim Special Edition. It's telling me that it's 26 gigabytes. I don't think it should be that big. Probably because it's including all of this, which it shouldn't. That shouldn't be there. This is all. Okay, this is from Body Slide. But Body Slide was just putting it into this, into my base install. So I would probably want to get rid of that because that's just Body Slide. But your Body Slide output, your Nemesis output, any other outputs that you created, you can inline into your Wabbajack. That's perfect, even if you're uploading it, because those are things you made. Anything that you created, you can inline in there. But things that, if you modified it, no. You need the original file downloaded from a public source if you're going to upload it to Wabbajack. Basically, Wabbajack is, everything has to be accessible from the web unless you created it. Kind of like the Violins profile or the other profile for scrolling speed. Those are things that I created. Any TOML or INI file that my game uses that I created, those are okay to inline because I created them. I'm not redistributing somebody else's mod. That's a big no-no. Okay? But for your own use, if you own the mod, like let's say an armor mod or whatever, right? You can inline it for your own use. So if I look at my backup, considering it's 4.5 gigabytes, that would probably have been a better way to show you. But basically, it's all the Siri voice files that I got off Discord that are not technically not publicly available because you have to have an invite to Fear TCB's Discord to get them. And then like all the shaders. Okay, a lot of those are actually available, and I can show you where they're available. Anything from GitHub, you can direct URL link. That's good information too. So if we go to GitHub and we look for reshade. So all of these shaders that are here, so this is Marty Mod Squint, okay? So we can actually look at that. And these are all of the Quint effects do not use the reshade FXH header. Unlike most reshade effects, all common preprocessor definitions. Okay, so these are available. MXAO, ADOF, so depth of field, Lightroom, bloom, screen space reflections, sharpen, deband. Okay, so all of these are publicly available here. And you can direct link to these files to get them. So this is shaders. This is what you would want to direct link to. So you would direct link to this shaders folder to get all of these reshade files from the web rather than inlining them into your Wabbajack. You follow me? So even if I look at like, let's look at Ashtray. Blue hazed. So there should be let's go back here and go shaders. No, I can't find it. So I think that's Blue Sky Defender. That might be 3 different words. So we should be able to find the shaders. Framework. But yeah, you can look things up here. You can pretty much find all of the shaders that are on Reshade. Will be here. Generic post-processing ejector for games. That's actually Reshade. So you can actually get Reshade straight from here. This is the Reshade API. So GitHub is a good place to get, and this is Reshade shaders. So this is shaders and textures. But this should be blending, so D-band, display depth. So these are all Reshade shaders. So again, if you wanted to include Reshade, you could get them all, direct link them, direct URL in the metadata from GitHub. Here's all the prod 80 shaders. These are really good. So all of the shaders that are here, and there's quite a few of them. A lot of reshades use these shaders. They're all publicly available, and you can link them, the whole shader folder, right? So shaders and textures and the license and the README and everything else. Just copy this link and then put that in your meta, and it'll know where to go to download it from GitHub. And it will download these directly from GitHub, the whole Prod 80 Reshade repository, if you're using them in your Reshade. So it takes a little bit of work, but it can be done. It can totally be done. I had a release or a couple of releases that included a Reshade. Because I grabbed all the shaders from GitHub. Well, I had Wabbajack do it. Anyhow, that's about it for me. I think Shot has a stream going. Let me see if I can find that. Yeah. So Shot has a stream going. Copy, and we're going to paste that right here. And thanks everybody for hanging out. And go show Shot some love. And until next time, peace out.